to the code, all these hoes for the street. Pussy niggas told ain't gon' wake up at these sleep. You can't hear that switch, but you can hear them niggas scream. All my hoes do shrooms, nigga, all my hoes do coke. 20-carat ring, I put my fingers down her throat. If I lose a carat, she might choke. I know she gon' swallow, she'll go. Free band, nigga, bring the racks in. Got the shooters in the corner, like the pack in. She think cause she was out of bitch, she attractive. That's that shit that get you put up at the station. And the model still the same. Ball like I won a championship game. You know these hoes hungry, they gon' fuck for a name. I put her on the game, she get fucked for a chain. Got your girl in this bitch, she twirling on the dick. I got syrup in this bitch, turn up in this bitch. Everybody hurts in this bitch, you murked in this bitch. All these pointers on me, baby, you know it's game time. Bring a friend, bitch, we fuck them at the same time. I'm a different nigga, no, we not the same kind. You can have that look, bitch, you ain't mine. Young dope dealer selling dope, is you like that? Kicking doors, kicking in doors, is you like that? Young throw nigga selling lows, is you like that? All 24, you won't go, is you like that? Niggas from the bottom really like that. Stepping in balances if you like that. Pop another bottle if you like that.
These niggas talking out of their neck. Don't put no coughing out of your mouth. I'm way too paranoid for a threat. Hey, let's get it, bro. DOT, the money, power, respect. The last one is better. Say yes, a lot of goofies with a check. I mean, I hope them sentiments symbolic. My temperament bipolar. Let's get it up. It's time for him to prove that he's a problem. Niggas clicking up, but may not be legit. No 40 water. Tell him, yeah, get up with me. Fuck sneak this and first person shooter. I hope they came with 3 switches. I crash out like fuck rap. This Melly Bell if I had to. Got 2 T's with me. I'm snatching chains and burning tattoos. It's up. Lost too many soldiers not to play it safe. If he walk around with that stick, it ain't Andre DK. Think I won't drop the location. I still got PTSD. Motherfuck the big 3. Nigga, it's just big me. Nigga, bum. I'm really like that. And your best work is a light pack. Nigga, Prince outlived Mike Jack. Nigga, boom. For all your dogs getting buried. That's a K with all these 9s. You gon' see Pet Cemetery, nigga.
Young dope dealer selling dope, is you like that? Kicking doors, kicking in doors, is you like that? Young throw niggas selling lows, is you like that? All 24, you won't go, is you like that? Niggas from the bottom really like that. Stepping in balances if you like that. Pop another bottle if you like that. Young dope dealer selling dope, is you like that? Kicking doors, kicking in doors, is you like that? Young throw niggas selling lows, is you like that? All 24, you won't go, is you like that? Niggas from the bottom really like that. Stepping in balances if you like that. Pop another bottle if you like that. Came banging dope, niggas was John slanging powder. Walking a strip club, make it rain for 3 hours. Locked in and now I got my phantom in my driver. Perked out, took chances in my hood like Nevada. Surfed out outside, white interior lasagna. 100,000, I just cashed out on the time. Got the barrel, nigga, I learned in the jungle. Once I did slow.
What up, people? What up, people? Are y'all like that? What's happening? What's happening? Hey, sweet babe. Hey, Karen Johnson. Hey, Karen Dyer. What's good with it? What's good with it? Okay. You know what? I don't know why they said they want to always credit the beef between Drake and Kendrick. Started with that song. And when you look at some of the guys that, are people, because it could be women as well, but I've only seen guys that dig into the history of the beef. It goes back a little before that. So I don't know. Girl, honey, I don't know. But They always, because that's when he says the F the big three, it's just big me. He says that in that song. So, honey, but listen. So I said that I would remember after I read the R. Kelly's appeal, right? What the results was, that they affirmed and what have you. I said, well, I'm gonna come back because we always got to update the pathways forward. Now, I know a lot of y'all want them to stay in, and a lot of y'all want them to stay out. So we do both sides over here. I would do both sides even if it was only one side only because duh, I mean, like, and trust and believe each lawyer is doing both sides because each one of them, I mean, each lawyer or each side is doing both sides, right? Because they got to understand how to block any way the other side come at them. So they are, that's just how it goes. And I explained that early on. So I'm never gonna pick a side. No, I wouldn't pick a side even if I wasn't a lawyer. I wouldn't pick a side anyway, because what the fuck, fuck? Like, I don't do what people want me to do or what a bunch of strangers think I should do. That's crazy. I do. What up, DB? I do what I want to do. So, but check this out right here. So, um, and today feels like a perfect time to do it because I had to change a little direction to what I was going to do, what have you. I got a chance. I'm glad I waited because I got, that gave me, some more ideas, right? Listen, I mean this, and I mean no disrespect, because I just don't believe in coming out giving nobody no bunch of bullshit and about conspiracies and shit ain't quite true and shit that don't make no sense or whatever. And I'm always going to stay in line with the law. Anybody else can talk all that abstract shit and nonsense and bullshit and whatever, but I guarantee you what they're saying is not going to get them nowhere near where they need to be to make a difference. Either keeping his ass in there or getting his ass out of there. Me, I don't have no dog in this fight. I can say this, and it's because this is me being human, right? I said that he got 30 years as a bargain because of what he was facing. That is a bargain. You facing 90, 120 years, whatever, that's a goddamn bargain. And if they would have ran it consecutively, this is a goddamn bargain, right? But I can say, in light of me always believing, I said this a long time ago, that murder, that should always get the highest penalty, right? In my opinion. That's also up and I believe that messing with children those are twins, right? You should always get the maximum, right? But you always got to think about it because the law does this. They do it themselves. So why can't I do it as a human? Although, murder, and I'm thinking, the most heinous or whatever, yeah, um, fire your ass up in one of those death penalty states or lock your ass away forever. I feel that same way about children. And then you have mitigating circumstances that come with it, right? meaning those factors that may lessen a sentence. So if we were building a tree, okay, now we have a branch. Now if we get the branch, then we got some leaves, right? So there are going to be mitigating factors which will alter whether or not somebody should remain in prison. Life, don't, kill their ass, whatever, and somebody mess with kids or whatever, to, hey, maybe it's good for 25. At most murders, people get 25 years, right? And then, you know, to me, it goes down from there, like a stairway in a house. So, those be my analogies or whatever, right? So, so in looking at everything and looking at other cases and what all was involved, the ages of the people that were involved, what happened, what didn't happen, so on and so forth, whatever. I can support a sentence less than 30 years for him based on what's on that indictment and what they said happened and whatever, what all we know that happened now, right? And all what the stories that we know happened, all of them did not play out in the courtroom, right? There's no way it could play out, and the law does not requires it to play out. So that's why I don't really talk about get into the stories because the stories is neither here or there, right? And I'll tell you what. If a person is called lying on the stand, he or she may be admonished by the judge. A limited instruction will be given to the jury to either disregard what they said or they have the choice to disregard everything they said. But in the beginning and in the end, they are told that they are to evaluate, or they can, I'm sorry, evaluate the credibility of the witness on the stand. Okay? So a witness may very well get away with lying. A prosecutor or a defendant may know that their client is lying. But what happens is that there is maybe if it's a prosecutor or either side, depending on what the charges are. Because like I told you, sometimes the burden of proof shifts to the defense when depending on what type of defense the um, defendant chooses to use, right? So I've already explained that 1,000 times. I don't feel like going into that. But if that happens, right, then the prosecutors is hoping that they have another piece of evidence to support their indictment, the charged conduct. All right, whether that be another witness or what have you, right? And a lot of times, the defense will take advantage of evidence, meaning which includes testimony that proves that the story didn't happen exactly like the prosecution said. They'll be like, oh, well, the prosecution said it happened like this. Blah, blah, blah. So, ladies and gentlemen, jury, you can use that in your determination of whether somebody is innocent or guilty because the prosecution said it happened this way and it didn't. So that can call into question every piece of evidence that they put before you, ladies and gentlemen, jury, right? But hey, it is up to the jury whether or not to believe their testimony, not to believe it, or what have you. They make it off the stand and make it through life without getting hit with uh, perjury. Hey, it is what it is. That's just how the system goes. They place a lot in the hands of the jury that you may not recognize. That's why we went over those jury instructions from top to bottom when Mr. Kelly got indicted, right? That's because I wanted you to hear the language and let you know the responsibility of the jury, what they are to use as their decision making factors. But what the evidence is, not what the lawyer said. Okay, that's what they tell me. The credibility of that witness. Yeah, so credibility is a factor that they can use. So if a person gets caught lying on the stand, that does not mean that that case, that charge, whatever, is thrown out. And I want you to always listen when well, you don't have to listen to what I'm saying, but just let me know when I'm wrong. Okay? And again, you're gonna have to let me know I'm wrong. You're gonna have to come up with a piece of paper, some words on the paper. You have to flap it up there to tell show me where I'm wrong at. I ain't saying nothing wrong. I'm just saying I just can't remember. I'm talking about in this case. That's what I'm just saying. Because I know what I'm paying attention to. And I remember what I've been taught. Okay? What up, purple purple? I'm paying attention to what his legal, what both sides are doing, right? But for his R. Kelly's pathway to get out, I'm paying attention to what his attorney is doing, right? That was the whole purpose of us reading the paperwork. Well, I mean, of course, keeping up with the case because, we're locked out, right? But trying to interpret and ascertain information from those filings told us about what was going on. Because we couldn't rely on nobody's interpretation when they got outside. Okay, because most of them wasn't legally inclined, and some thought that were just it was a lot going on, a bunch of lying going on, there's a bunch of shit going on, right? And every time somebody told us what was going on inside the court, we was like, huh? And we get the paper and be like, what? None of that happened, right? And again, and this would make it real simple because just say that everything them people came out of court and said happened. We know that the record is the only thing that matters. So we have the case pretty much in our hands. And if there was, somebody objecting to some kind of evidence, whatever, 98% of the times the court reporters catches it, right? And if not, the other side can always challenge it. If they say, well, it didn't make it on the record or whatever, it's another recording somewhere. Because backup for the backup for the backup. I have no reason to shit you. I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm not finna tell you no bullshit from my imagination. I'm not finna tell you no bullshit about the law and not have not one credential. That don't make no sense to me. This is a new world. Okay, this is some bullshit. This is some ghetto ass bullshit. This is an interruption into regular people's lives. Understand that it's unheard of. We just don't get down like that around my way. Like that girl with that girl that simply toxic. We don't do that in Florida. No, we don't. And I'm not gonna tell you no shit, and you be waiting for it to materialize, matriculate, come to motherfucking life, and it never does because it was bullshit in the beginning. I'm gonna tell you what you're working with. And that's the only thing that you can use that can get you your motherfucking desires. Either you want them in there, you want them out. Now you can go find some other stuff too, and I'm always eager to listen. Somebody send me some shit, or I happen to to come across somebody live or whatever. I be listening to see cause hell, there are you don't know how many ideas born out from people who didn't have a dog in the fight, who didn't have a credential or designation, experience, and decided whatever. All they did was did research. They was like, this is like an interesting topic. Let me go see what I can find. There's a lot of social media sleuths that have impacted cases. And I told you, we all take that advice. It's free. It's usually detailed because most of them know how a lawyer needs to receive that information, what they need to receive, what they even tell you you can use it here, you can use it there. Yeah, they'll tell you which way to go. And sometimes they be right and sometimes they be wrong. But it does make a light go off in your head. Be like, oh, wait a minute. Because they and sometimes they use it the wrong way. And I'm like, no, this can be used along with this law, or along with this particular point, or along with this argument. Yeah, this may not be can be used with count 3, but this can be used with count 4. This is perfect, that type of shit. So I don't want nobody to ever think that your um, efforts would ever be in vain if you was into that type of stuff. Right? A lot of people, housewives and stuff like that, they be in. They got nothing to do, right? And they make law and crime their best friend, and they go to looking for stuff to help a cause, right? However, as you move along with the case, right? Because we're outsiders. It's not my case. This is not y'all's case. We're outsiders. When every step of the way in a judicial process, you pretty much closing one door. And when you closing those doors, the pathway to whatever you want to get to is getting narrower for one side, and it's opening wide open for the other side. Just being honest. I ain't making it. You got to take it from me. That's why it's on the record. What up, Queenie? So that means that the direction of your fight, or whatever it is you want to call it, has to change. Or it's going to be forced to change. You can't be stuck right there. That's somebody crazy. That's insanity. You stuck in the same circle that has beared no fruit. Not one. Not even the seed is still sitting there. We ain't got nothing dangling on it from it. and it confuses and contradicts what we know is to have been true about the process, about what goes on and what has to go on for this to happen, that to happen, whatever. I'm not making this shit up. See, you can find what I'm talking about somewhere. If it's a law, it's already been legislated. If it's a case, it's already been argued. It's already been decided. So you have to evolve, right? And you know, I mean, at this gesture, right? Probably most of what we'll be talking about is okay. What is his post conviction options? What's his pathways forward? I'm talking about Mr. Kelly. I'm gonna get to P Diddy, but I'm just wanting to say this before I get to him, and then I'm gonna jump back to R. Kelly because we have to. I'm gonna tell you why we have to mirror these cases, right? Well, I'm gonna tell you what I'm doing. I don't know what y'all doing. I'm gonna tell you what I'm doing. So we have to, because he's locked in there, and it'll be either don't okay, let me put it like this. Order for In order for the legal system to work in his favor, that would have to be an act of God. It would have to be an act of God. The only way he's going to get out is through some legal maneuver, right? That legal maneuver would have to be because what? God wanted it that way. If you believe in God. If you believe in man, you're still back to it's gonna have to be a legal procedure. Either way you go, it's gonna have to be a legal procedure. I may be wrong, but I don't see God just opening the doors or pressing the buttons or whatever, however they get out. No. I'm coming on. Mm. So you just have to be prepared. And then if you want to do nothing, I mean, don't do nothing. But if you claim to be people who support or whatever, then I would reckon, I guess, you do things as though people support. Right now, you see everybody in the world rallying for something. It's called support. It's called advocacy. And those that you don't see, you may see some people somewhere in a room with those that can make a difference. I'm telling you right now, I ain't marching for shit. Okay? My feet and all of that, my back does not support that type of advocacy. I'm telling you right now. I go to sweating, they be walking too long, and all of that. So, hey, but if I can get somewhere in one of the rooms, if somebody can pull me, if I know somebody that's going into one, I damn sure going to. It will tell them to include what I've written that's authored by me. Straight up. They right now, I ain't walking nowhere. If I can get it, if we can have a little golf cart, and I can ride along, if we can do that, yeah, but y'all be getting too crazy out there with the tear gas and shit. hey, hey, I might not could twirl that damn golf cart around fast enough, and then I got hit by some of that tear gas. I can't do that now. Already can't see shit. Hell. Mm-mm. Then I got to fight. I'm trying not to do all that. I'm be somewhere where it's safe at. But so you know, I'm just telling you, right? And I've seen people who, let me see, not really over him. Let me take that back. Like you, you have to be, and I'm talking about somebody that really advocates and support. Okay, sitting up on a ball of your ass, just talking and remembering the time and all that bullshit that does nothing. But it ain't nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying, you're talking about real advocacy and support. They are busy looking for the answer. Like, and I said this several lives back that this is why I love uh, the Innocence Project, right? Because not only do they explore ways to free those people through the court system, through the regular legal um, inertia, like getting going through all the receipt of the habeas and appeals and this and that and all that shit, Supreme Court and all of that. They explore that. They also explore when different laws, or acts, whichever way we want to call them, are passed that affect prisoners, right? They also explore those applications. They explore the pardons. They explore the whole thing, right? So because they're most of the time, especially if they have a large enough staff, whatever, their research is just never ending, and it turns into advocacy, right? You know, pretty much for a stranger that they didn't, know upon getting their application or their petition and agreeing to take them on as a client. So they sit there and look for things, ways to support their client and get them in a better position. A lot of times that's not always directly, as what you would consider through the courts, the motions and the petitions and all that type of stuff. Sometimes it's through exploring, like when laws changes and things of that nature, right? You see a law change, you see um, some type of amendment, you see amendments to the sentencing guidelines, which you're going to talk about. You see all of that, boom, they go to putting those applications in because that's another avenue. A lot of times you keep fighting with a prosecution long enough, they have, and this happens too, they will join with the defense into a motion to the judge, and to have that person released or have that sentence reduced. That's what I'm saying. You got to continue. Now you got to know what to do, but if you never explore finding out what to do, then you're never going to learn. Now, so um, and usually when you're in one part of law, you stay there. You remember, you retain everything you know about that one piece of part of law, and then the rest of it just floats away. A lawyer, Sylvia, had on her channel. She explained that it was a lady. And she explained that real well. Because once you focus on one part of law, you don't be knowing what be going on in the other parts. It's too much. But even though I went the transactional route, remember I told you, I don't know how long in, maybe about 5 years in or whatever, I started getting on judicial um, reform and rehabilitation, right? So reform is, I know, a good little bit about it and what takes place, what those defendants be doing, and a lot of times those prisoners, those defendants, they be exploring that stuff themselves and sending it to their family members and stuff for them to to get up what they need and all this extra stuff, right? Yeah, they be doing that, and I'm glad that the prison systems over time have improved the law library and the computer usages and stuff like that, where they can do this type of stuff, right? Yeah, it's pretty much it's almost similar to what they be doing in the Innocence um, Project, and what a lawyer that you retain um, should do if they're doing the complete thing. If it turns into an advocacy fight for them, they should explore all parts, not just you know I'm a person. I don't like all of that. I'm gonna take one swipe at the apple. One swipe at the apple. No, no, no. His ass would have had a part in the application in that office. Shit, as many times as I can file it. But I think that you have to wait once it's declined, denied. You have to wait a specified amount of time before you can, file it again. I mean, I would have filed that shit so many times. Hell, they would have it up on the goddamn Trump them or Biden them would have it on the lunchroom wall. If you see this application come through again, oh my gosh, baby, I'm telling you. So, um, but so let me get into it. So that's when I told you that stuff to tell you this right before we get to the P Diddy's of the world. Okay, you need to watch, whether no matter what side you're on, you need to watch what is going on in that Puff Daddy case, because the decisions that they're making in that case can be effective in R. Kelly's case, either to get him out or to keep his ass in there, right? Because just say if you want to keep his ass in there, when they, when Jennifer Jean puts her position in his petitions or what have you, if there is something in Puff Daddy's case that has already addressed the factors and the circumstances of what she's talking about, you know, then hey, and and it was denied in his case, you can look for the prosecutions in their answer to her to use it in their case. And quite frankly, again, the decision maker, meaning those that judge or panel of judges, can also use what happened in Puff Daddy's case to uphold or affirm whatever decisions a lower court has already made in R. Kelly's case, right? That's if you're going the route of keep his ass in. It's the reverse if you're going the route of we want to free him. If something happened in Puff Daddy's case, it can most likely possibly support R. Kelly's argument again, especially this BOP shit, whatever. Now, I'm not a conspiracy theorist and whatever, no. But what I do look for is when things are similar, right? And most times you can't find two cases with a bunch of similarities, right? In the areas where it needs to be, right? And what I'm saying is similar charges, similar uh, incidents or shit that happened with the BOP shit and whatever. Like, huh? It's like, now, wait a minute now. I don't know if that's a sign or whatever, but that's kind of like, I need to pay attention to that. That's what that tells me. Because to be honest, in my opinion, the BOP thing is probably his only recourse of getting out. And I would rank ineffective assistance of counsel. Wait a minute. The BOP thing that would be prosecutorial misconduct, ineffective assistance of counsel that will come in my opinion, second. And what I'm talking about is what I feel that she can make an argument. She can make an argument with regards to. And the case law, doesn't have to don't have to be exact. So you can use case law from a drug case. What matters is, does the factors and the elements and the circumstances, do they line up with what you're arguing? If you're arguing an illegal search and seizure, you can use case law from a drug case to support your argument in a sex trafficking case. Okay, so you hear my nose? You hear my nose? Let me get it together and we're gonna get on this Puff Diddy. Okay, okay, okay. So let me get to puppy, 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 puppy. Um, when I don't have time to, or I don't feel like making time to all this stuff, I'm gonna try to slap it up on the wall. So you probably want to read it. Go and check and see what's going on. 'Cause, baby, I done turned into a real live news station over here. Um, Good news for both Sean Carter and Sean Combs. That uh, case against that tied Sean to the other Sean was dismissed. It was a voluntary dismissal. Okay, that's because the 13-year-old, the case when the girl was 13 years old, she volunteered to have that case dismissed. When I tell you, Sean Carter's attorneys put a full court press on him. Remember coming out the gate, she was hitting Bug, bam, 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 bam. Bug be like, I want this smoke. I never believed in that case from the first place. Now, you will have psychologists and other people who are sympathetic to victims, and I am, what have you. But it does not mean that every story that is told is to be believed. It doesn't mean that every story that is told shouldn't be believed just because they get certain things incorrect or they lie about certain about some parts of the story. Just makes it more difficult. Okay. Yes, Spiro. Yeah, Spiro wasn't. When Spiro came out standing on necks, okay, cussing and everything, acting like a damn fool in the paperwork, where the judge had to say, "Hey, god damn, all that, listen, we don't need all that smoke." But so it was a voluntary. Uh, I'm not gonna say what I want to say, but I'm gonna keep it smooth, keep it smooth. But so it just meant it kind of meant nothing. It it was more of a good thing for Jay Z, you know. But and here's the thing, right? And having an aggressive defense should be one of those things that people have because, like, who wants all those frivolous cases to be filed against them and shit? And then you got to hire a lawyer to sit up there and watch for a timely filing dates and shit, so your ass won't default on all kinds of stuff. This is stuff that when that paper hits that that law office, when that filing hit that law office, the clock begins. That's why you pay the way you pay. It's a bunch of bullshit. God damn. Now, if you got a lawyer that ain't busy, they should really cut your rate down, but they don't do that. uh-uh. I ain't seen one yet. Unless you got the, you in on a deal or whatever. But if you just somebody just taking a, lawyer just taking a case on a stranger, the fee is the same. I don't care how little work I have to do or how much, it's gonna be the same. So how about that? Um, but so that is pretty much a victory for Sean Carter, and I put that on the board a couple days ago. Well, yeah, a couple days ago, if not yesterday, but at least a day or two ago. Okay, let me see what you mean, Queen? I still stand by when the judge told him to consider removing the remaining two and move forward with his new counsel. He was still had the same result. Right. So let me get into Sean Carter. I mean Sean Combs. Something interesting happened. Now, y'all, this is the order. Okay, remember with Sean Combs, right? There was this big to do about what happened with at the BOP, right? About his notes and and they were just trying to decide, well, whether or not um, the notes was a part of it should be considered attorney-client privilege, work product, or does it evade his rights to privacy? So they had a whole litany of shit that they were trying to you know, to say, right, to mount a defense. And the one thing that I like, but I don't like at the same time, is the fact that there is an element of bullshit that lawyers use, and sometimes it works on a judge, but sometimes it does not. And you have to hope that the judge makes a sound and solid decision on that argument according to the law and not according to how they perceive what that lawyer is saying. Remember, statutory law is what's written. Common law is when we get the interpretations and the case laws and things of that nature, right? So, judge to interpret the law, right? Interpret what is statutorily already written. Then the attorney gets to come up with some creative bullshit that when they're trying to persuade you or persuade that judge or the trial fact whomever that can be the judge or the jury, whoever's reading or whoever's listening to the argument, that the law was meant not as it's written, but as you were trying to persuade them that it is, right? That it's, and it could be a persuasion for a future, persuasion for retroactive behavior. It's crazy. And then I don't like when it be bullshit, when it be just a blatant misinterpretation of the law. And it's really and it's not like the lawyer actually misinterpreted. We actually bullshitting. We actually know exactly what it states, but we can make an argument that it also means something else because it's unenumerated. It's not written there. That means it's up for interpretation. I can say, man, any goddamn thing. I don't like all of that. I don't like playing all them games. That's why being a trial lawyer, I'm too real. No, 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 no. I'm probably gonna stick with. Oh, it says this. Okay, well I can't do nothing with this. So I'm not serving my client in the best light for that. So that's why I don't. Uh, I ain't even trying to get creative. Uh-uh. All that line ain't for me. I'm just trying to tell you, it ain't for me. So that's why I can't do all that. You give me a damn headache. Right? Yep, I saw that. So, ooh, I don't lost what I got. All right, now this is 7 pages, so I think I can read this. Let me make it bigger. My blind ass, honey. Hey, that LASIK surgery. Do you have to have an actual condition to get that LASIK surgery, or not actually, like any condition that you can get a LASIK surgery, or can you just get it if your ass can't see? Because I don't know if it's like if it's too correct, like coronary shit or whatever. I don't know if it's specific like that, or if it's your ass is blind, near side or far side. I forgot which one they told me I am. I can't see shit, and then they gonna try to tell me my eyes are better. Now I ain't wore not one glass, not no time I'm supposed to wear them, and I can't hardly see. It's worse. I don't know. I got to get me some other kind of motherfucking um, um, doctors or something. Like optician and shit like that. All that buddy pass shit. I just can't. I'm gonna have to break out of that. I'm gonna have to break out of that buddy system. That LASIK surgery. I swear, between Queen E and Momo, y'all know every goddamn thing. I'm serious. I really, because I don't want to be fooled up with no glasses, child. And I'm not putting them things in my eyes. That's a no. Because that should be all in the corner and stuff like that. But no, I will pass out if something slip off my goddamn thing. I'll be crying. So I'd rather not take my ass through that. But anyway, y'all, I think this is interesting. I can't really see y'all right now, but I think this is so interesting because let me make it big on y'all side. because this is an argument about the BOP. It's crazy that another case with the same type of charges would have an incident with the BOP in New York. Bonjean got to be goddamn rubbing her hands together and licking her chops because I know she is ready. Like what? However, it ain't quite go good for Puffy. Let me read, child. Let me read. She was itty bitty, and my mom wanted to do it, but they said her retina was too thin. What? I want some kind of stuff like that for my eyes. I want to see for real, for real. I can't, but I'm trying to tell you, I can't hardly be seeing this paperwork. I be messing up the words. I'm like, oh, that's what's the name. Because, like, especially when an I and an L and a T is in the word, oh, baby, on this paperwork, and it's on the screen, oh, baby, I can't see it. It look like what that word is. Like, huh? Like, what? Okay. It says, now this is from the judge. So he finally made, this was on the 12th, so I don't know how I missed, because I wasn't checking for no puppy, but he made an order. It says, in connection with the Bureau of Prisons, October 28th, 2024 to November 1st, 2024 sweep of the Metropolitan Detention Center, a BOP investigator one, photographed 19 pages of Combs notes and sent them to the government's filter team. The filter team consists of AUSAs who aren't involved in the investigation or prosecution of this case. The filter team redacted the notes and sent them to the case team. The case team consists of agents and the AUSAs investigating and prosecuting Combs. In November, the government included some of what it received from the filter team in its opposition to Combs' bail application, docket 69, and Combs objected, arguing that those notes contained privileged information and were obtained in violation of Combs' constitutional rights, docket 70. The court held an emergency hearing at which the government indicated that it would not rely on the notes in opposing bail application. See docket 88 at 2413 through 25:1. The court ordered the case team to get rid of the notes in its possession, which it did, docket 76. Combs has now filed a motion for an evidentiary hearing and other relief, arguing that the seizure of his notes violated the Fourth Amendment and that the government intentionally obtained his privileged communications in violation of the Sixth Amendment, docket 97, 98. In offer as evidence, the notes or any fruits of the notes, docket 117 at 8. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I skipped the whole line. Y'all see that? I can't see worse shit. I like, wait a minute. That don't make no sense. Hold on. I skipped the whole line. That's what I'm talking about. Something's going on my eyes. Let me go back. Okay. Combs has now filed a motion for an evidentiary hearing and other relief, arguing that the seizure of his notes violated the Fourth Amendment and that the government intentionally obtained his privileged communications in violation of the Sixth Amendment, dockets 97, 98. In response to the motion, the government argues that there were no violations, but also that it won't offer as evidence the notes or any fruits of the notes, meaning the notes itself and then any evidence or any subsequent evidence that comes from those notes. Docket 117 at 8. In a December 2024 ex parte letter, the contents of which were later shared with the defense, the government outlined certain investigative steps taken upon receiving the notes, but it represented that it will not offer the evidence obtained pursuant to those investigative steps in the prosecution of the defendant, and that it intends to produce the evidence obtained from these steps to the defendant to the extent it has not already. This is what the judge say now. The judge says Combs' Fourth Amendment claim is mute. The first question is whether Investigator 1 violated Combs' Fourth Amendment rights when he searched Combs' cell and photographed the notes. The usual remedy for a Fourth Amendment violation is the suppression of evidence. See United States versus Walker case law. Says the Second Circuit in 2020 said the exclusionary rule, the rule that often requires trial courts to exclude unlawfully seized evidence in a criminal trial, became the principal judicial remedy to deter Fourth Amendment violations. Case law. It says describing the what is it? Ubiquity of the exclusionary rule, but cautioning that it should be a last resort, not a first impulse. Here, the government agrees not to offer the notes and the fruits of the notes or any evidence derived from any investigation it undertook based on the notes in this case. Of course, if the government later tries to use evidence it has promised to exclude, then Combs can reprise his objection. But for the time being, the issue is mute. That's case law, and it says in Southern District of New York, August 25th, 2021, holding that the government's decision not to offer challenge evidence warrants the denial of a suppression motion is mute and collecting cases. Yeah, I got about 25 pairs of glasses right here. I need to find one. Hold on 1 second. Okay. These motherfuckers out dirty. Oh, God. I hate this. Okay. All right. So the fact that the government is saying that they're not going to even introduce any evidence that derived from the notes, all the notes. Hey, like, why y'all still making this claim? Why y'all still, um, wanting to argue that? And but you know what? And see, my thing is, I don't know if I don't know what this judge be doing, right? Because it seems like he has enough evidence to make a ruling on a lot of the stuff I see, right? But he drags it out. And I don't know if he's doing it because he doesn't want his decision overturned or something like that. You understand what I'm saying? I know, right? don't know why this judge does all of that. He just drags it out. And a lot of times, like, they want enough information on that record. I mean, everything. They want to explore every option. Want maybe, and they be sometimes trying to set you up to make all your arguments. So if you appeal it, you're gonna be forced to make the same arguments. And as you know, as you may not know, judges respect the opinions of other judges. I don't care up the ladder or down. And coincidentally, when you see a petition answered, what do they call? An opinion. That's what we get back. An opinion. They respect other judges' opinion. So usually they're unwilling to overturn it. That's why they made, and also that's why they made a lot of it kind of, you know, where it's like it's not like the majority rules, or they don't make it, unanimous or things of that nature, right? Unless you have dissenting, concurrent, you have a whole bunch of different kind of opinions that they write. Check my nose doing the most. All right. No remedy is number two. No remedy is warrant on Combs' Sixth Amendment claim. Okay. Relief may not be warranted under the Sixth Amendment where the government intentionally seeks to obtain a defendant's privileged communications to interfere with the attorney-client relationship. Case law. It says there are two questions that matter here. Did the government intentionally invade Combs' relationship with his counsel? If so, has Combs been prejudiced? Uh-oh. Case law. To make out a violation of his Sixth Amendment rights, the defendant would need to establish that privileged information was passed to the government or that the government intentionally invaded the attorney-client relationship and resulting prejudice. Case law. Says the Second Circuit in 1979, it says under the circumstances here, well, no, that's not related to that. It says under the circumstances here, assuming without concluding that a portion of the unredacted notes was privileged, there is no grounds for relief. The unredacted notes was privileged, there's no grounds for relief. Okay. A. The government did not intentionally invade Combs' privilege. Wow. Let's see. Are they going to say because it wasn't the government who did it? Or are they going to say it was incidental to the search? Meaning they had to invade his. Well, let's see. There are numerous indications that the government did not intentionally invade Combs' privilege. First, it is undisputed that the photograph notepads were separate and apart from a manila folder that was clearly marked legal. Investigator one didn't search that folder. While Combs initially told the court that the photograph notepads were marked legal as well, the defense retreated from this position when confusion developed over when the handwritten legal labels had been added to the notepads. Second, Investigator one sent the photographs he took to the filter team, not to the case team, to review for any privileged information. It may be that the filter team's privilege determinations were inaccurate, but nothing indicates any intent to intrude on Combs' privilege. Third, the court notes, the high level and generic nature of the notes, and the fact that case-related commentary from Combs was often mixed in with a clearly unprivileged information, like reminders about family members' birthdays and inspiration mantras. See docket 72 at 1. Without the context later furnished by the defense counsel's ex parte declaration, which explains how specific notes relate to defense strategy. And given the circumstances in which Investigator One discovered the notepad separate from Combs' legal folder, there is no basis to infer an intentional intrusion into Combs' privilege. Finally, the government promptly turned the photographs over to Combs, which further weighs against any inference of intentional malfeasance. The episode illustrates why the filter team should communicate with the defense before giving Combs case-related materials to the case team. Hold on, let me read that over. Well, I'm telling you, the eyes ain't eyeing, baby. This episode illustrates why the filter team should communicate with the defense team before giving Combs case-related materials to the case team, but it does not bear the hallmarks of intentional intrusion or conduct that is manifestly and what avoidly corrupt. Lord have mercy. Case law. Okay, avowedly corrupt. What is he saying? I guess he's trying to say that some of what was mixed in was unprivileged. What he said, okay. So there was a slight admonishment there. They're saying that they should communicate with the defense team, but he's saying that then it was mainly notes and things of that nature. So I don't know if he was saying if they found anything privileged. That's what I'm trying to see. Says that the filter team's privilege determinations were inaccurate. Hmm. Because what I'm looking for is something that his defense team can come back and say, but Judge, you say, you know, that that there was some missteps in here. So if they can come back and say that, then that fight can live on beyond this judge. Okay? If they're saying, some mishaps was made and this and third, it's, that fight can live on beyond this judge because that kind of put it on the floor again for it to be interpreted a different way. Okay, that's what I was looking for when I was scanning up. All right, so Combs further argues that even beyond the photograph notes, Investigator One has been an agent of the case team, Docket 135 at 1, feeding jail communications to the prosecutors, Docket 120 at 1, and an informant in the defense camp, Docket 98 at 10. Case law. The court ordered both The case team investigated one to furnish sworn affidavits explaining the chain of events surrounding the MDC sweep and ordered the production of all written communications between the case team and investigating one for an in-camera review. Document 123. A careful review of these documents confirmed that there has been no intentional interference with Combs' attorney-client relationship. Affidavits by Christy Slavic, a prosecutor on the team, and investigator one give consistent narratives. And there's a bunch of redaction. It says the case team then made requests for information about the communications through the proper channels, including grand jury subpoenas. Some more redactions. It says two supervisors at the U.S. Attorney's Office were unaware that the BOP planned to search Combs' unit during the security-motivated sweep, and they supported searching this unit despite delays in searching other units. Document 131 and through 111 through 14. Slavic's affidavit excuse me, indicates that there were no direction from any SDNY personnel that Combs be under special scrutiny during the sweep of his unit, and no one at the U.S. Attorney's Office, including the case team, knew that Investigator 1 was part of the MDC sweep until after it was over. The case team was informed of Investigator 1's role following the sweep and promptly asked for the photograph notes to be sent to the filter team. Written communications between the case team and Investigator 1, which the court reviewed in camera, tell the same story. Far from an intentional prosecution-driven invasion into Combs' relationship with his attorneys, the record shows that Investigator 1 was doing his job as a BOP intelligence analyst and followed the established channels for reporting communications that posed safety concerns. The case team was informed of these communications when appropriate and similarly followed the established channels for obtaining information protecting Combs' privilege. Care was Care was taken to shield Combs' communications with his attorneys, and care was taken to shield Combs' communications with his attorneys from the case team. None of these suggests that Investigator 1 deliberately set out to or was instructed to invade Combs' attorney-client relationship and impede his defense. Wow. Okay, now we get into the prejudice portion. It says Combs failed to show prejudice, even if there was an intentional intrusion into Combs' attorney-client relationship, and there was not. A remedy is appropriate only if Combs is prejudiced by the intrusion. So y'all remember back when we used to have all these arguments and whatever, and it always comes down to the answer to the question, was the defendant prejudiced by whatever happened? Whatever the error was, whatever this, whatever that, whatever, was they prejudiced? Now, sometimes prejudice doesn't have to be present for a reversal to happen, but we went over that a couple years ago. So you have to go back and put in searching in my search bar under lives for appeals or post conviction relief, and you can find us going over that. So it says, okay, then it's a case law. It says, unless the conduct of the government has been manifestly and avowedly corrupt, a defendant must show prejudice to his case, resulting from the intentional invasion of the attorney-client privilege. The question is whether the potential intrusions into Combs' privilege has prejudiced directly or indirectly any of the evidence to be offered at trial. Case law. Okay, there's more case law, and it says observing that some circuits apply weather reports in cases involving jailhouse monitoring and document interception. As discussed above, the government has already stated that it won't offer as evidence the notes, any fruits of the notes, or any evidence derived from any investigation it undertook based on the notes. The government also submitted an ex parte letter to the court explaining what investigative steps it took, the results of which will not be used at trial, and it provided the defense with information in the letter. Docket 137. Now, listen, y'all. So, y'all should be trying to draw some parallel to the R. Kelly BOP situation. Y'all can tell me better than I can tell myself because I don't know. But did any of the BOP shit, was any of that the contents of it, or I don't know if I could say results of it, whatever, was any of that used in his case against him? And the BOP situation was, oh, that might be a dead end for her. Hold on. Yeah, we are twin engine brain over here. So I'm gonna have let me stop right quick because I'm gonna have to talk on this thought I'm having. And they were able to get in direct contact with an ex-girlfriend. Oh, okay, no, you talking about another point. Okay, all right. Now, what happened with that BOP shit with R. Kelly? Let me see. I'm trying to figure out what I kind of trying to remember what was the government's argument to her civil case because it didn't play out criminally, it played out civil. And we know civil is going to give us the most evidence because the bar for evidence is low, on the civil side. So, stuff that what I'm saying is evidence that's not generally admitted in on the criminal side may be um, admitted on the civil side. So what is what was what was the prosecution's response or whoever was responding, the the VOP special agent, somebody was responding to that shit. And that's all my other, if anybody got it by their hand they can send it to me. It's under like motion to compel. What was it? Somebody got it? Okay, let me see. Queen. They said they conceded to it, but said whatever was obtained will not change the outcome of the case. And it should be whether it is not. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you, Queen. Um, the argument was that there was some information that would be considered attorney-client privilege, meaning that it would give the prosecution an unfair advantage if they receive that information. Ooh, boy. Oh, boy. These doors and these windows are closing. Let me tell you. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Because one, I know I don't know if her argument was just with the Sixth Amendment, but I don't think she made an argument to on the civil side. I mean, on the criminal side, yeah, as far as I know her game is to put. I'm talking to y'all. I'm thinking. I know her game is to use that BOP as a constitutional violation with prosecutorial misconduct and maybe ineffective assistance as a backup. I know they were talking about a Brady violation. What up, Smarter? I know they were talking about a Brady violation because they were saying that it wasn't it wasn't turned over during the discovery, and then it's coming back to him, and the prosecution said, or the whoever was answering responded, saying, well, it was discoverable by you as well, so why you ain't put it in there? So that kind of got, so she kind of redirect, pulled back and went another way and saying, well, it was attorney client as well, or attorney client, because R. Kelly said that um, information that he only discussed with his attorney, somehow Jane Doe knew it. Now, here's the thing, right? Jennifer Bonjean would have to prove that. And how she would have to prove it is what she's trying to do. She's going to have to get her hands on exactly the recorded calls. If I don't know if he's saying it was mail or what have you. He need document. He need they need the recorded calls. Um, any kind, mail that was specific um, um, to his case. If it was work product, that would help. Meaning in preparation for his case, but he would have to have proof that it even contained that. This is why I like the Fourth Amendment a little bit better, because we're talking about invasion of privacy. But where you lose out on that a little bit is then the question of, was he prejudiced by that. And I'm glad I got y'all helping me with the thinking. So hold on for a minute. Let me let me tie that together. Hold on. So I got to go to my computer. Okay. All right. So that isn't that Fourth Amendment violation is an automatic reversal. Um, Hold on, wait a minute. I'm checking my most spots. I'm checking my law traps. Hold on. Um, okay. Okay. Hot diggity. Okay. So I'm getting, when I add it all up and break it down, that a that what happened in the with this R. Kelly BOP situation isn't an automatic reversal, even if it were proven. Okay. So even if it were proven, it's not an automatic reversal. So it has to be weighed to see if it is prejudicial enough. It would have affected the outcome. And I told you a long time ago, the law writes and out in anything it does. Some kind of way, it's going to be right, even when it's wrong. Some kind of way. And they're going to have an explanation as to why we're right, even though we're wrong, you know. So some people think that an automatic error just frees a person. Nah, no, 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 no. There's different classification of error. And I went through all of that. Again, I tell you, if you put in live, if you go to our channel, hit live, and then type in there like post conviction relief or appeals or something like that, it's something to come up. And I think I titled it pretty accurately that I'm going over the different errors um, that a higher court has to find and then evaluate that error to see if it's prejudicial enough or if it's one of those errors that just has to be, there's no, you don't have to prove, um, you don't have to prove um, whether or not it's prejudicial or not, you know, and that's so, yeah. Um, let's see. So, and then with that, they require a new trial. So, I mean, um, okay. So I like make sure. Okay, so now I'm trying to think what all was her arguments, or what all could be her arguments going forward with regards to that BOP shit. So even if they find that it's a violation of the fourth and the sixth, hold on, let me find something else. I'm thinking, y'all. I'm a problem solver. Okay, check this out right here. Might be cooking something. Okay, Fourth Amendment isn't an automatic reversal, but a Sixth Amendment can result in automatic reversal. So I know I had to I had to recall my shit. I had to follow up my traps. I said, wait a minute, let me look here. Let me look here. What if this happened? And put that with this. Can we come up with that? Bam. Now I'm coming up with it. Oh, let me say boom. Let me say boom. Lord have mercy. So, yeah. So, if it's a Sixth Amendment violation, it may be an automatic reversal. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Now we cooking. All right. So what would make? But now what are we doing when it comes to studying? What are we doing when it comes to research, y'all, and resolution? What we doing? Where's the tree? Where's our house? How are we thinking about this? Okay. Come on, lawyers. Come on. I'm deputizing you. All right. If it's if we're gonna pursue Fourth Amendment and Sixth Amendment, put that on your papers, put that on your papers in your head, however you want to do it. If it is a Sixth Amendment, we got to look for what happened, okay, with this Bill P shit, with R. Kelly, whatever. We're gonna get back to you, puppy. But this is R. Kelly segment, so we're gonna get back to you. Got to see what happened with this Bill P shit, right? And what we can say that happened. Okay, that's the persuasion part of it. We ain't gonna lie. But what we can say that happened. Okay, and then we got to wait for the evidence. And I think it's what she is doing. I think she's already gotten past what happened, what she said happened. Okay, she's waiting on the evidence. I don't know if it's all come in or whatever. I don't know about all of that, right? I don't remember. Okay, so if she gets evidence in that shows what was said during the time that those phone calls was accessed, with the emails, what was on the emails, then if any, now she has to prove that that information is privileged, a work product. Okay, so I gotta write that down for myself. That's a thought. Y'all gonna give me a minute because I gotta write my thought down. Shit, I'll be all right. Hold on. Hell. Um, yes. Okay. Also, as a backup or a sister to it, you still want to build that same type of tree for the Fourth Amendment. Okay, what would be considered Fourth Amendment? What happened? What I can say happened? What the evidence is going to show? And so on and so forth. Right. So what? That's about privacy and communications and things of that nature. Okay. So I just don't see how she gets there. Because now you have to link that to the prosecutors. Ay, ay, ay. So she got to link that to the prosecutors. That's why she was trying to make a case for Brady violation, which would be a prosecutorial misconduct. Can't make that judicial discretion because, to our knowledge, and I don't remember, there was nothing from there was nothing that would be attorney client from those calls or emails that showed up as evidence in court. Only thing that is being said that she that Jane Doe number 5 flipped on R. Kelly after reading the emails or what have you, and that is not illegal. If she gets a hold to the emails or what have you, and she decides to testify, she can testify as to whatever. She could have decided not to testify. If the prosecution gave her the emails, but which would be a slippery slope. But if it was stolen emails that the prosecutor just got out the wind, but not from any of the sources that stole it, she can still testify. That'll still be okay. It'd be like, girl, did you see this? Jane Overfly, did you see this? Did you hear this, girl? So, and again, you also got to prove that that is why Jane Doe number 5 is so-called flip. So it's she had a lot to Jane J Bo got a lot going on. If she's following that foolishness, right? The chances are she's not following that bullshit. She is going with something that isn't ghetto. Okay, meaning the prosecutors didn't place that information about what happened at the BOP into discovery, which would be a prosecutorial misconduct. Or she's going to try to connect the BOP to the prosecutors, right, as an employee of the prosecutors. And somehow that they stole those emails on behalf of the prosecutors. That's a stretch. You got to prove that. So that's why she probably went with, hey, it's a Brady violation because this didn't show up in discovery. Yeah, because connecting it to the prosecutors. Yeah, that's too far. That's too far. Like that's too far. Like because you're gonna have to have proof that they gave them to the prosecutors, or they did it on behalf of the prosecutors, or the BOP was directly working for the prosecutors. As you see, the Puff Daddy and them people tried to say that the BOP that they even tried to put one of the members on the team of the prosecutors on what I just read that I've read several times and when they brought up this issue. Oh, you said from the calls, Debo sound like that Jane Doe had. Debo got calls on this? Okay, let me go see. Thank you, Queen. Debo got calls on this? People on Twitter that ain't. Oh, girl, you done sent me a bunch of shit. Hold on. Okay. Ooh, I got it. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, shit. Let me tell you something. And this is my opinion, but anybody's welcome to theirs. When you have a story that's out and there is paperwork, you better get that paperwork along with that article, along with whatever goddamn video. So, child, you can keep the people straight, child. That's why I be calling on the information. Thank you, Queen. Queen be saving, honey. Yes, honey. Ooh, baby, I got a lot of I got a lot of information specialists, baby. They be head cracking it. I just can't. I ain't even get through all of it, or even get to it. I was like, God damn, I be saving it. I was like, Lord have mercy. And I need to find one of them readers where you can stop it, pause it, and I can talk, and then I can then press it, button again. Because that's a lot of. When I find that, oh, it's over with. I'll come on and let it start reading, then pause it when I want to opine on that particular area. But yeah, I'm not. I ain't. I'm really here to give you, like whatever your hope is, whatever side, I'm gonna give you the real deal. So you won't have no fiction or fairy tale ass bullshit that ain't gonna materialize because there's no path for it. It don't make sense legally. The law isn't made up of what you think should happen. It's made up of what gonna happen based on procedures. That's why they have procedures. When you get finished with one book, there's another one they got for you. Like, God damn. You're like pulling your hair out. So she has to pretty much make a case for the Fourth and Sixth Amendment violation. But we're gonna get to that. Let's get to Puppet. Let's see if anything else in with Puppet job, you know, make us think about some shit, or R. Kelly, as because these doors are closing. The shit is narrowing. And you can't be making up laws and making up procedures as you go. That ain't gonna work. That isn't going to work. The only person that's been getting responses and shit back is J-Bo. Now, I don't know, you know, why the pardon stuff ain't, you know, we ain't seeing a lot of action on that. I don't know about that, but I think she is exploring every avenue, you know, on the in the courts. Okay, just my opinion. All right, it says, as discussed above, the government has already stated that it will offer as evidence the notes, any proofs of the notes, any evidence derived from any investigation it undertook based on the notes. The government also submitted an ex parte letter to the court explaining that what investigative steps it took, the results of which would not be used at trial, and it provided the defense with the information in the letter. Docket 137. The court and the defense both now have the necessary information to flag suspect evidence if the government later attempts to use it against Combs at trial. However, at this point in this case, the wholly conjectural connections that Combs draws between privileged information and the government's case, including general allegations of taint unconnected to any specific evidence to be presented at trial, are insufficient for a finding of prejudice. Wow. And okay, there's some case law, and it says Southern District of New York, November 18, 2021, summarizing Second Circuit case law and concluding that this circuit has not endorsed the taint theory, the that the government's thought process or questioning of witnesses may have been influenced by its access to defendants' documents. Such non-evidentiary tangible use of defendant's privilege material would not constitute a Kessinger violation. All right, it says no hearing is warranted. No hearing is needed to further investigate the government's alleged misconduct. You see how this is closely parallel to what's going on with R. Kelly. They are trying to make this a prosecutorial misconduct violation. Oh, well, misconduct violation kind of uh, double entendre. Let's see. Okay. Combs argues that a hearing is required to find out what really happened with Investigator One and why, as the court should not just accept the government's say so. Document 98 and 14. At such a hearing, Combs suggests the court should order the government to produce Investigator One's communication with the prosecutors and take his testimony to fully understand what he was thinking during the search and to answer other questions, including who Investigator One sent the photos to and what exactly the prosecutors knew before requesting copies of the notes. ID at 15. The court already issued an order requiring such evidence and sworn statements to be furnished, and an evidentiary hearing on potential government misconduct is unnecessary when the district court has a sufficient record on which to make its rulings. Case law. In Walters, a hearing was denied where the government provided the district court with a detailed narrative based on internal interviews and a review of internal documents, and the defendant was able to respond to the government's narrative. The key determinant in whether a hearing is required is whether the parties had a fair opportunity to present relevant facts. and counter the opponent's submissions. Here, the government provided a lengthy affidavit by a member of the case team based on her review of relevant communications and her conversations with other members of the case team and supervisors from the U.S. Attorney's Office. Docket 13112. Okay, Investigator 1, oh, how much I can't see, also submitted an affidavit, docket 131-2. Together, these documents presented a clear factual narrative, which Combs then had an opportunity to respond to, docket 135. The court also had the benefit of in-camera review of the government's communications with Investigator 1, which such an extensive paper record to rule on no live hearing is needed. Okay, no hearing is needed to test the government's evidence retained. Combs also argues that the evidentiary hearing is necessary to determine whether any of the government's evidence is derived from those notes. A hearing could uncover the extent to which the case team used the privilege notes to develop leads or uncover new evidence, or whether other information from Investigator 1 led the case team to develop new leads to gather new evidence, Combs claims. Docket 98 at 17. This is essentially a request for a Kassinger hearing in which the government would be required to demonstrate that the evidence it uses to prosecute an individual was derived from legitimate independent sources. Case law. There is nothing. I'm sorry. There is no binding. Damn, I can't. Boy, y'all see that? I put the two words together and formed the wrong word. There is no binding Second Circuit authority on the question of whether a Kassinger hearing is required when a defendant alleges an intrusion upon the attorney-client privilege by the government. Case law. It says Combs relies on United States versus Schwimmer, where the Second Circuit remanded for a hearing to determine whether information derived from all excuse me, from allegedly privileged sources was used by the government in violation of the attorney-client privilege to prepare for trial, even though the government didn't use the documents directly as evidence. Regardless of whether a Kassinger hearing is appropriate remedy in cases where attorney-client privileges are allegedly intruded upon, a defendant has the burden of showing a factual relationship between the privileged information and the prosecution before they are entitled to the hearing. Oh, factual relationship between the privileged information and the prosecution. What time here? Okay, a bunch of case law. And it says a second district in New York, May 2nd, 2019, a defendant who seeks Kassinger relief must first articulate the purported violation with enough specificity to permit the government to respond. Combs doesn't come close to making such a showing, particularly now that the government has disavowed use of the notes or evidence derived from them, and substantial and speculative possibility of taint, which is all that Combs can assert at this point, does not trigger Kassinger. It says Connolly 2019 WL's numbers at 19. This failure to make the required showing is sufficient to end the inquiry and avoid the necessity of Kassinger hearing. Case law. So even if the Second Circuit had firmly recognized the right to a Kassinger hearing in such cases involving claimed intrusion into attorney-client privilege, Combs is not entitled to one here because he has not made a threshold showing that the government evidence is tainted. The generic nature of the notes make it unlikely that any improper use of the information has or could be made. They give Combs general thoughts on how to approach certain issues, none of which would come as y'all rub my I'm sorry as a surprise. However, if a question arises closest to trial as to the use of suspect evidence, and Combs can make a threshold showing that the evidence is tainted, then Combs can bring it to the court's attention. Until then, the government is cautioned to be mindful of Combs' privilege and the need to abide by filtering processes. While there is currently no demonstrated need for a special master, the court recommends that the filter team clear potentially privileged documents with the defense before turning them over to the team. This is so order. Child, they slammed the door on that. Man. So, let me see before we get off of Sean Combs, some more shit happened. Hold on. So, in other words, right, you have to see what I've just read from that judge's order. What can be used? Letter motion. What is this? Okay. There, he also asked for a dismissal of count 3 of the superseding indictment. I'm not going to read that onto the record. But I included a video, I put a video on the wall about this from Law and Crime, and they went into it. And apparently, in the motion, he is arguing that it is selective prosecution. He's raising the race card, and pretty much the law. I guess they're saying it has not prosecuted any whites, I guess. I don't know. The law. Oh, is they talking about the Mann Act? See, so it is some good stuff that another court is doing that is directly Um, Twitter people, I know y'all be on this puppy stuff. Well, it is so related to what's going on with R. Kelly. So y'all can bear with me. Um, but I see y'all. Let's see. So here's the introduction. And you see count three of the indictment, of superseding indictment, deals with the White Slave Traffic Act, which was renamed the Mann Act after the person who wrote it. And they're saying it should be dismissed as selective prosecution. Um, and they're saying that the act has a troubling history of racist enforcement, right? So I think it's going back in time, and it shows, I guess, a history of enforcement with regards to black people. That's what their argument is. Speaking of the bias in here, I'm talking. When I tell you, P Diddy's team and Jay Z's team, them mother suckers, they come for they play every card. The race card, the shit, the privilege versus the not having privilege, all of it. They play every card. Ah, damn. That's what that money do, baby. Jesus Christ. But yeah, so that's basically what that is. And see, you see how that could help that R. Kelly situation because they are addressing the what? The Mann Act. See, it's too many parallels. See, I don't know. I ain't no conspiracy theorist, and I don't be hoping and wishing upon a star and all that and what have you, right? But you see how the similarities just popping up in this case. Now, why are they popping up in this case like that? And you have other people that have recently been prosecuted that have been charged with the same exact shit. And they are addressing some of the same exact stuff. And I just cannot get over the rarity of that BOP shit. And it happens, some other BOP shit happens on another case. And it is asking the question of Fourth and Sixth Amendment violations. I just can't get over that. But now, it may go over your head if you're not a lawyer. So you might be looking at that. What the fuck you talking about? You sound like you a conspiracy. The very people that you can't think, because I can't stand them up for conspiracy theorists. And I don't care what nobody say. I think our fucking instructors had those people placed in our class so we can be in there with them damn dumbass arguments. Because listen, and I told y'all this, when it comes to science, so when you got students that are following some kind of trajectory to be something with dealing with science and the law, that's where you're gonna find a high number of the motherfucking conspiracy theorists. And you already know they are in this class to fight to when they get out, they finna be the ones to fight the system and fight science and all that bullshit. You already know. And you know my motherfucking tolerance, my patience, and I got better patience and tolerance for a lot of shit now than I do back then. Back then I wasn't having it. I'm popping quick. You come with all that stupid shit, you holding up this goddamn class for all this bullshit, I'm going off. But I ain't anybody got time for that. Wait, the class only if you go Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, the class only short of an hour. Got time for your bullshit. When you go Tuesday and Thursday, hour 15 minutes. Well, come on. Like what? What? Yeah, they have them planted in there. I think no, they be sitting up in there, and here they go their crazy ass. You know which ones you can look right at them. That's one right there. There go another one. There go another one. They, mm, I ain't stand them. I have, but I take my trauma with me. I put it up. Listen, I have it all in a backpack on my back. Yes, honey. They put my topic in here. It's all in my backpack. I take my trauma with me, so I remember. So let's get to this arcade portion. All right. Okay, you said okay from the cause it was something like that. The doctor saying when the girls was fighting, she was looking and enjoying some phone about some apartment. Oh, so I don't be knowing all the backstories and what be going on, girl. I know he had played one call, and sometimes I'd be liking when I used to be outside working. I can put that shit in my earphones and be listening. I remember one, and these were the last calls I heard where she kept asking them, "Did you get the person's name to the studio?" You know, it's like rushing them for that and whatever. I'm like, well, dang, he in jail. You talking about your singing career? Like the fuck? I mean, I'm just not that inconsiderate, but it is what it is. But yes, honey. So let's move on to okay. But now let's get this killer shit right. So again, in the beginning, I was laying out what were parallels to this puppy stuff and why. If I were you, I'd pay attention because if something good in puppy, maybe she can use it for Kelly if you want his ass out. If something keep happening bad for a puppy, then maybe there ain't gonna be no answer for Kelly. You want his ass to stay where he is. me, but it's going. I'm going to be more doing the defense side because he's already locked in. So we're gonna be taught. We have no choice to. Well, we do have a choice, but we are talking about um, what is his path forward is going to be. I'm gonna tell you. Let's talk about inside the court, meaning what can be filed, what's next, possibly. Well, and don't usually, she posts whether something was denied or something. I didn't even get that tweet. Maybe I missed it, but usually J-Bo would, or somebody from my office would post, it was denied or post an update. Well, I didn't get none of that because it was that read was pretty hard. You know, that read, it was pretty hard. And as a lawyer, you know what you read and what it signifies. What it signifies, what it tells you. If it makes you say, "Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I can go this way." Oh, it gives me. You can read something. You can read a denial, and it still gives you hope, depending on what it says. And then you can read a denial, and be like, "Oh, hell no." You understand what I'm saying? So, but we already know who has the last word. And again, if it's through the court, it's gonna be the Lord. If you're the ones that don't believe in the Lord or whatever you believe in, it's going to be through the court still, but through man. I don't see a magic key opening the door. Okay? When it comes to parties, right? There are two ways. Okay? You do the application, and the DOJ, which houses the Board of Pardons, make recommendations to the president. Or the president knows about, the situation or whatever, and pardon them, go ahead and uh, take him upon himself to pardon that person. All right. So now, if he don't have R. Kelly on his mind, I would think that um, he would have him on his mind if there was some kind of active advocacy going on. Or y'all, somebody writing it. That could be writing the White House letters. I don't know. Whatever advocacy you see fit. Give me a minute, y'all. Okay. Sorry about that. Trying to give me something to drink. Use the restroom. Okay. So, okay, I think a couple lives ago I went over the pardons and things of that nature. But again, um, you do it through the application. The board of pardons submit those applications to the president, the ones that they think, or he can act on his own and issue a pardon. He can do it at any time, while he's in office, right? Now, some of, not some of, but he can pardon, but they can also be challenged. However, it's probably going to go through anyway, but his pardons can be challenged, but they probably going to go through anyway. So, um, so you got that. That's one of his pathways, right? Then you have the habeas corpus, right? 2255, which at this point, pretty much everything that his arguments have to be about, it has to be some kind of constitutional violation, which is why I think she is hoping that she finds something in that investigation that she can use that would, that she could get it to that point of appearing as if it was a prosecutorial misconduct or maybe judicial misconduct. All right, those two things will definitely uh, get him closer to the door. But you got to find it. You got to make a good conversation, a good persuasive argument for that to a court. I don't know if that would be, if that would even do it, right? But that is the better choice. That's why I think that's why she's going there with that. She's sticking with that, right? With the habeas, you can argue what is on the record and what it was not on the record, but it still has to have a legal argument. So again, you can't blame the dad and all this hell and all this whatever. Now, if there was evidence, like new evidence, I'm talking about new evidence that wasn't discoverable during the time of the trial, okay? Meaning you only discovered it during the trial. No, I'm sorry. You only discovered after the trial. I'm sorry. Right now, I'm thinking about why I didn't grab them goddamn strawberries when I was in the kitchen. I be on some real fat girl shit. But yeah, so um, but it has to have a legal argument. So if something is against the law, you can't argue it just because you're doing a habeas file. Meaning you can't blame parents for no child shit, none of that, none of that, none of that. Take that on about your your lexicon. Take the just rip that on away. That is not an option. And that's why you ain't seen it. If that was an avenue to be uh, used, she would have used it by now. It would have been deployed. I ain't making this up. You got to ask me. You got to believe me. Ask her. Get on her Twitter and say, hey, why haven't you said anything about them parents yet? And let me know what she tell you. She might automatically think you already know that you can't blame somebody that was proven to be up under the age of 18 for anything. Uh, well, for this, but let me know. Don't be scared. Get on that Twitter and ask her. Yeah, ask her why you ain't use them text messages. Why you ain't use that shit? And let me know. That's what I'm waiting for. And I need it in writing, or I need to hear. So I don't believe nobody. I need to see it in writing or record it. I ain't gonna say nothing. Let me hear it. Email her. How about that? That'll work. How about you? Why you ain't use this? Huh? Obviously, you got the text messages too. Why you ain't use it? Until then, I don't want to hear shit. Unnecessary shit. I just don't believe in bullshit and wasting time in line and making up shit and all this extra shit, whatever. Like, uh. That's like that's like me having cancer and I know the cure for my cancer, but I'm not gonna use it. Huh? Have you ever heard of that? No. Tell me I'm lying. And you can prove it. Well, there's a whole lot of cooking going on in here. You can prove it. You know? It don't make sense. Make sense. Think to yourself. His attorney has been on the case since when? She ain't said shit. She ain't even went on an interview and blamed the parents. She ain't done that. And she just had her J-Bo just had her ass on TMZ talking about SNL skit. Child, and I saw because I sat through the whole 2.5 hours. Yes, I am a fan of SNL. That's my shit. Okay. That little skit where they was talking about wasn't even, you know, wasn't even much to, you know, to have that strong opinion about. I've seen skits about worse when it comes to R. Kelly. You can bring your ass. Why don't you get in those interviews? You can go to TMZ. You can go anywhere. Talk about them. Talk about that shit. I ain't seen her said shit. She ain't said shit. You know why? You know why? Dot dot dot. That's why. How about that? It's bullshit. But here's the thing, right? Anytime you ever attack me and my credibility, my credence, whatever, tell me I'm making shit up, or I'm misleading people, I'm lying, blah, 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 we're gonna have a problem. Because I ain't got to do none of that. All I can do is check the motherfucking goddamn scoreboard. I'm waiting to see when I've been wrong, and then you can help me out. I'm waiting to bring me the article where you see where you show Jennifer Bonjean saying all this and that about that bullshit, about them telling me about them parents, about anything. Just bring it to me. Go on that Twitter, email her, cause y'all do it for everything else. But bullshit, when y'all want her to referee y'all ghetto nigga to ass bullshit you be having going on in these streets, ask about that. Something that matters. I'll wait. Don't make me wait long. It don't take too long to, you know, a few words. Text her. Text her and show me the response. You got to do like what we doing. I'll wait. Mm-hmm. Not in one filing. And I said this a long time ago. Long before she got off the tracks and shit. I said, okay, well we'll see if she puts it in the appeal. Nothing. Nothing. Not even a like what? Now, that being said, now if I'm going to be looked to be disingenuous and shit like that, well, huh? Like get it together. The judge precluded that shit. Now, just because if nobody don't understand the readings and shit like that, hey, I'm tell you what, I got the name of a few schools that, you know, students who were challenged, like I was, with regards to trying to get some law school or medical school, some shit like that. Yeah, I'm challenged. Can get in. Like, don't play with me. I'm looking at my messages. So, so okay. So, um, I believe in just looking for real solutions and real shit. This is a mess. There is no easy solution. There is no easy solution and shit. Like the entire story about what happened, whatever, that was not on trial. They can't put that on trial because majority of it is irrelevant. And you can't make it relevant just because you think so, because you do not know the law. You don't know nothing about it. Now, I ain't no goddamn expert. But I'm telling you, when I want something to disappear out my head, I don't want nothing to do with it. Baby, I can been and went through it for 4 years. When I want it out my head, it's damn near gone. I have to boy, I be like, huh? Oh yeah, I remember that. Oh yeah, I remember. But because I have a lot of other shit that I need to cram in now, and it needs space to operate and to get in its proper position and shit. And baby, I can't be dealing with all of that. That's too much. That's how people go crazy. They don't know how to purge it. I don't give a damn how long I was in there. Something that's supposed to take 7 took me 8.5. That's because I'm at part time for a little bit, right? Don't want nothing to do with it. Mm-mm. Try to hell away with that shit. That shit too stressful. I said other people tripping in court. I'm good. I'm good. Even on the transactional end, a lot going on. You get paperwork to death, and you know I hate to read. So fuck that. That ain't gonna work out. When people saying shit the smallest print, like who can read an 8 inch and all, girl? But anyway, okay. Let me get back on track. So we have that. So we have the habeas, right? Again, habeas right now, one of the avenues in which we can express our constitutional violations, right? And top ones, right? Now I gave you the ones I thought would be for him, right? Would be prosecutorial misconduct, ineffective assistance of counsel. Um, I'm going to say mental incompetence. Maybe there's an avenue for that. That he couldn't stand trial. I don't know. That's kind of hard to prove, but I don't know. But you can definitely come back and try to go that route. That's the ones I think would be that could apply to him. The the list to complete the list, the top one would be judicial misconduct. I don't think that can apply to him, right? Because from what we've seen when that appeal, the um, when that appeal came back and it was upheld, they pretty much agreed with everything the judge did, except for that one judge had an issue with the darn herpes medication, and newly discovered evidence can be added. But is there some newly discovered evidence? Again, those text messages and all that bullshit that was already precluded. That was precluded when she said, um, I forgot exactly what was the. But anyway, anything, something that suggesting the parents' involvement, that is precluded. Something to that. Now, again, they're not going to sit up there and every time and say, okay, this piece of evidence is precluded, that piece of that, they'll be there all day. Again, they're not talking to y'all. That's what they're going to use. It's like a blanket, like, okay, evidence that suggests this. So it could have been a text message, it could have been an email, it could have been a phone call, it could have been whatever. They were like, She was like, no, because we all know what I already went over, but it's sitting smack dab on one of his attorney's websites as far as the understanding when it comes to a defendant accused of uh, some dealing with someone under the age. Right? I told you a long time ago she could have been up there with a bow on it. And the parents could have done everything that they said they did. But there's a rule 403. There's a rule it's 404. Shit, 401, 402, 403, 404. So that ain't gonna work out. Let me text this person back. Okay, yeah. So that's not going to work out. Um, and those same rules and all that, the arguments, legal arguments, it still has to make sense on a habeas. Okay, you just can't go in there and act a fool and argue whatever. You can argue stuff that it's not on the record, but it still has to have a legal argument, a proper legal argument. Let me say that. Proper legal argument. Um, so we got habeas, we have the options for that. Um, Hold on, let's see if I can read. So sure. Okay, so the cert would pretty much be the same reason. So the cert to the Supreme Court would be the same reasons. Um, Now, here's the thing: if it's going to the Supreme Court, it's probably going to make the same arguments, maybe fine tune them a little bit. Will the Supreme Court, if they do decide to hear her argument, agree with the lower courts? Because at that point, she have gone through Court of Appeals, habeas. This if they, were denied. So that's what I'm saying. The pathway, like where we're going. Um, Now, I also now why am I ain't talking about this? Now, not that you have to, but you got to show some work, some real work. So you know that there are acts and programs and things of that nature that can reduce someone's time, or also give them a Damn, what my mind going blank. Can you get them out of prison, right? Just give them time served, right? So there is a what is an amendment? I think it's is it 821 or 831 that came out. It's not going to work in his favor, but I'm just telling you, giving you an idea of what research and resolution look like. Hold on, amendment 821. Okay, is Amendment 821, also known as the 2023 Criminal History Amendment, right? Okay, what is it? I know I ain't closed it out. I'm gonna close the thing out. Let me pull it back up. History. Amendment 831. 821. Okay, here it is. So there's the amendment 821. The only thing it does, it can lessen your sentence. Well, sometimes, your time served depends on where you're at with it. And some parts of it applies retroactively. So here's the thing, right? Um, as like the First Step Act and some of the other acts that are out there, they don't. Of someone with convicted of a violent crime or convicted of sexual um, sexual acts or whatever, criminal sexual acts, wouldn't be qualified. But I wouldn't have known that if I wouldn't have done some research. Okay, I'm looking for acts that are out there. I'm looking for something that can, okay, is there something? Because although taking accountability and being responsible and rehabilitation is not a requirement, it is taken under consideration. Anybody tell you that. Anybody that know will tell you that. Anybody in law, anybody that really know will tell you that. It is reflected in a parole board, probation, the judge, the other department. I forgot what it is. They would tell. Well, I already named them start probation. They will already tell you. They will come back with their opinion, with their recommendation that the defendant has not taken responsibility. The defendant does not seem to be accountable. The defendant does not seem to be rehabilitated as a part of their reason as to why they are denying you. So no, it's not a box that says has the defendant been rehabilitated. No, it's not a box. Like, but anybody tell you that? And common sense would tell common sense should tell you why in the hell you gonna put in an application to get a um a reduction in your sentence, out on hardship, sympathy, whatever you're claiming, whatever box you check, and in your answer, it has nothing about you taking accountability, or you you rehab. It's almost common sense. Yeah. So you got that. I look. There's nothing that fit his particular circumstances. So your only options, they are thin. I'm not gonna tell you that. Oh, that's what it is. That's that habeas. Well, let me list them in order of, like, the ones would be him to get out, more likely to get out than not. So more likely would be the pardon. Um, Two would be the habeas, and three would be if they reviewed the appeal and found something there. Because we already got the denial, so if they reviewed it and disagree with themselves. Well, let me add one before that. Be some kind of way the law changes, and well, I'll add that before the appeal. I'll add that there. The law changes, or some kind of act, so meaning some kind of act come about, like the act I just told you about, Amendment 821, or the first step, something like that, which would include, maybe violent acts, or prohibited sexual offense. Well, sexual offense is not prohibited because that'd be a double negative. I mean, it's sexual offenses. Then, yeah, And then the fourth then would be the appeals board disagreeing with themselves. Other than that, now I can tell you, the pardon, that's probably going to take some advocacy. They, that's number one. Number three, the one where the law may change or some, reduction of sentencing act or something like that. Another one comes about or whatever, amendment to the ones that's already out there, something like that. That's probably going to take some more advocacy. This is some hard shit. Now, here is the one hopeful thing. There, when you get a professor that is defense heavy, that's a fighter of the law and a fighter for the people, they will tell you that ain't everything in a case went right, that was done in order. Right? That's what they believe. So they believe that all you have to do is find it. So that's all she has to do is find it. Shit. I just don't know what it is, where she gonna find it at. But if she finds it, then hey, you know. And even if she finds it, right? And just say they come back and try to justify it. If that answer don't make sense, then she can take that to the next level. You got to find it. She have to find that pathway forward, honey. I was pretty deflated. I mean, this ain't. But and here's the thing, right? When you is in this particular atmosphere, when you see people who believe in this, that, and the third, whatever. If you see something, they'll be like, "Oh God," you know. I feel for those people because I know you want to hear some good news. Because I'm not against nobody, and knowing me, with my soft gummy bear at heart, sometimes he piss me off. Sometimes even after piss me off, I can agree with the initial decision, but still feel bad for you know, before others, you know. That's just what it is. Yeah, but when I tell you I'm congested like hell, I don't know. I'm gonna make sure I get. See, did I everything I wanted to get in? Okay. Yeah, I got it all in. So yeah, um, yeah, but I don't. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, people. I don't do hype and lies and conspiracy theories and all. I believe in the Lord. I know the Lord is a miracle worker. I know that. But I also know that however He wants it to happen, He wants it to happen, right? You know, I mean, a conspiracy means that there's a plot. Theory means that it's an idea. That's what it means. When I tell you we used to have to be armed to fight them goddamn conspiracy theories, I'd be like, sit your crazy ass down. They used to hate going against me, now, baby. They be like, I'm trying to tell you, they used to try to get me off the damn uh exercise. We had to do it so much. We had exercises with this goddamn shit. And when you're in those small schools like that, the curriculum can be varied. You know what I'm saying? And it could be extended if needed be. And a lot of things we did was revolved around a whole bunch of argument. And you had, you know, a few students that were, you know, self-confessed conspiracy theorists, and then you had some that would fill out the argument by playing a conspiracy theories and whatever. And sometimes the class would be uneven, right? So they always try to get me kicked, not being mean, trying to get me kicked off, but they was like, how do you allow? Not how do you allow, but it would make more sense for a debate champ not to be on the team. I'm never gonna be on the conspiracy. I've never ever. Uh-uh. And my teacher wasn't, my teacher liked me and whatever, so I was always gonna be on the team that's going against the motherfuckers. But um, they will always try to like have me, Like if it was 11 students, that's 5 and 6. They always try to get me off, leave me out, or and then then sometimes my teacher would buckle, and then he'll make me the referee and shit like that to give me a job. I fuck that. I used to get 'em. I used to get their ass so I'm like, did you just see it? Did you just see it? Where's the tangible evidence? Did you got that? Bring that bullshit to me. Boy, I just don't be having time for unnecessary bullshit. But here's the thing, right? In briefs, right? Remember, they meant to be persuasion, built with persuasion. A lot of it in there is a theory. What, Queen? A lot of it in there is with a theory. I done went through everything. I know. Listen, I'm about went to the end of the line with it. I got to wait on J-Bo to put something in to do something and see if I can get something out of that. Figure something out with that. See which way they gonna come. Cause try Shibuki. But anyway, a lot of that shit that be in those briefs are full of persuasion, right? Which means that they gonna have to come with their theory. That's always in there. And it's a lot of shit that ain't the truth. And now and damn, just as I speak of that, remember I just put up there with Puppy, they have been talking about a racist selective prosecution. Do you got any evidence of that? Or is that your conspiracy theory? Because that's conspiracy. See what I mean? So that's why we had a bunch of arguments with the motherfuckers. Oh, and don't let me get on with the science. Oh, y'all, we used to be down there in fights. Oh, shit. We used to be in a fight. Let me see something. Right, Karen Johnson. Right, Karen. I mean, it's a terrible position to be in. She says, I feel bad that Robert Kelly and P. Diddy have gotten themselves in this position, but they were both blessed to reach heights that most people can only dream of. Right. And this is where we are. But I'm going to tell you to give you the truth about the matter. And again, if I give you something fictional or some conspiracy theory or tell you about some shit that is just lied all up or whatever, that is not going to help your search for an answer or your search for whatever, or give you like, okay, real hope that he's gonna be there, be out, whatever. It's not gonna do that. It is not going to do that. Just tell me I'm lying. And when you do, I don't want you to just give it to me in words. You're gonna have to bring it back to me in paper. In paper that and here's the thing, right? You got to understand what you're reading. So that's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a disconnect. Because if you bring it back to me in a legal document that you don't even understand, the fuck? You don't even understand what you read. But so that's why I can take it to the end of the line. Okay, just say I'm wrong and you right. Why J-Bo ain't done shit? Hmm? Why she ain't did nothing with it? That don't work. This is why I am a debate champion. should I should I go find and get the plaque and put it back up? Okay, y'all seen that plaque? I posted it. The fuck? Like it's not being delusional. Like you need to work within your limitations. Whatever you do that. You know, that's all I want to know. Why Jay? He had a whole team of lawyers. Why they never say nothing about it? You don't tell me that a bunch of just regular people found the answer and they didn't find it and they got the records and you don't have it. What is? Please tell me what's the probability of that happening. You mean to tell me you got maybe 4 or 5 different law practices representing him, and they have people that work in that law practice, and nobody found it? Hmm, that's crazy. That don't make no goddamn sense. Now, what seems to have happened is that she found the text messages. She found a way to use them. They still got knocked down. She got information about the BOP. She found a way to use it. That still, whether it can be used in securing him a reversal, that is yet to be seen, right? But what did she? What? How did she use it? Huh? Like I just don't get it. Most people are just I don't know. This motherfuckers is crazy. It is called insanity. If you keep going around and around the same motherfucking goddamn circle, huh? Shit, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get none of it. Y'all are wrong if you sending me these clips. I'll be somewhere on not a dollar island. Like, what the hell? Oh no. Here we go. But please continue to send me the clips because you know I still have to be plugged. But it's just wild to me. It's just I don't know. I don't know about nobody else, but I'm gonna go with the white lady on the job with the paperwork and the files and the folders. Okay? And check this out right here. Let me tell you my mind. We know that there's some people lied on that stand. Baby, they ain't even got hit with a perjury after the fact. Wonder why. They ain't got hit back. Shit. Tell me why. Please tell me why. Please tell me why. I want you to please tell me why. Please. I tell you why. Got something to do with them 3 hours. You know, if did they and also did they sit up there and tend to like falsify their testimony. So if it wasn't relevant, relatable, reliable to the charged behavior, and they wasn't intending on telling the truth or whatever, then they're not gonna be hit with no perjury. They ain't got no perjury going. So if they can get slapped with perjury, and what makes you think that some lies can get a charge reversed? I just don't understand what we doing. It just don't add up. Like what? And you need a law degree for that? I don't think so. That's like common sense. You don't need one. And you see these lawyers, you see how you see they use anything to make something, and sometimes come out with nothing. And the law and the judge got to tell you, there ain't nothing, partner. You ain't got nothing. But you need something substantial is that could reverse the damn, do this and get the people out of the way. And she ain't gonna use that. Hmm. Oh, y'all must be incredibly slow. I'm just trying to tell you. And I'm just trying to tell you. I can't tell that to some eighth graders. They're gonna be looking like, well, what the fuck is the hold up? No. Come on now. Right. Right, Karen Johnson. Yeah, I can't stand them conspiracy theories, baby. Like, what? Like, it is crazy. I've been Karen Johnson. I've been arguing and fighting them conspiracy motherfuckers. I don't want to say that word. Them conspiracy people. Oh my gosh. Now, when you've been in school long as some have, and depending on what your concentration is or whatever, you end up with more classes in a particular area than the others. Of course, you're gonna need your whatever the requirements are for you to get a degree. But when you're studying something in education or in uh, something specified like law and medicine or whatever, or accounting. Now, accounting is a specified degree. Man, that's something. I'm like, damn. Because when they divide us up into different colleges, you got a college of law, college of medicine, college of business, college of whatever. We don't be concerned about the other colleges, right? So, but when I said, because at the new school, I'm like, damn, accounting is not a specified degree, meaning that you have to apply to the college of accounting in order to get admitted to that program. I'm like, damn. I'm looking like, what? But yeah, that's what you got to do at I know at this school I'm at now, but mm, that's all the different curriculums that they all offer. And I couldn't believe that because you used to be able to just just like business. Like now, when they start making applications to the College of Business, I'm gonna be like done. I'm like, I know it's really getting bad. They don't even trust your ass to go to get a business degree. But yeah, but for my um, oh Lord, my God. Oh, look at it. Okay, so when you when you take so many classes, right? And I can remember, I'm trying to think of how many got Let's go. Same college. Five different colleges, I believe. Anyway, every time I transfer, this is what I'm trying to get to. Every time I transfer, I had a number of extra credits just hanging out there because I took so many electives, you know, where I didn't traditionally follow the the curriculum, right? Where you needed like sometimes when you needed 120, I would have 160. Some stupid shit like that. I mean, I'm not lying about those, but the numbers was crazy. Okay, the numbers were crazy, and by me being a financial aid student, I would run into issues. I would have to get that shit overwritten. Yeah, override. Yep, true facts. I'm telling you, I read a lot. So, of course, if I'm going to have all those classes, right, a lot of them were electives. And it was so funny, but how it worked out is that when I would go to the different, when I like transfer to different schools, whatever, I would have so many classes that, okay, they can use those classes as my required classes, my electives as my prerequisites, right? It was crazy. So then I didn't have that much to that many classes to go. And you're not gonna have that many if you transferring everywhere with a bachelor's and a master's. I mean, it ain't much you got to get, right? But just depending on what the curriculum is, So of course I'm gonna run to my wheelhouse. I'm gonna take courses in science. Okay, we take courses in science. And when it comes to the math part of it, I tap out. I get so high with that, and I'm like, okay, I'm done. This shit is getting difficult. When one problem is taking up a whole page, ain't nobody got time for that. I'm done with that. But I run my warehouse science because so much in science, and then after I got over the shock of humanities, because oh Lord, anything going down that philosophy trail, uh, but I had to find out the teachers that wasn't crazy. Okay, because them philosophy motherfucking teachers get crazy as hell. Some of them. I had to find out, and they want you to think as much as they think, and I think a lot, but I want to think about the shit I want to think about. I really don't want to think about that shit in that textbook like that. I really don't want to get to the bottom, the deeper meaning of life. I really don't give a fuck about none of that. You know, I really don't care nothing about that. Okay, I'm just being honest. So I had to learn how to get like like um, liberal arts and business ethics, stuff like that. Those type of classes, whatever I'm interested in, right? But humanity, baby, that oh my God, that we was crying, and it was so funny. Like I had my one of my best friends in the class too. We was scratching our heads and shit. Her then, not then her boyfriend, but then he became her husband. I tell you not a word of a lie. Why that man was doing our work? He was smart as hell. And he ended up as a one of the administrators over there at the University of Phoenix. Child, remember I tell y'all the story where I went to the University of Phoenix for one semester just to help him with his little enrollment shit or whatever, to help him out. Baby, I was out of there. I was like, oh no, baby, these people ain't got this, that, and third. Baby, I don't know, man, I ain't been staying for no what kind of degree I'm gonna get out of here. You got me fucked all the way up. No, I'm good. But they've improved since then. This was way back when they got like they kind of first started here or whatever. But he did our work because we was somewhere crying. And this is before we learned about uh going to find out which teacher is which and who is who. After that, they didn't get us no more. We sailed through. Understand what I'm telling you? Oh, and I was so glad that happened during the first like 4 years. I'm so glad that happened because I couldn't have had a challenging humanities class, being in law and then being in um, psychology and all. I couldn't handle that. I've been crazy, straight up. Shit. And then with some classes and shit, you can't even get a D or shit, C and all this stuff. Like fuck all this. So um or it won't count. You can't get a D, it won't count. You just you it'll you a pass, but it won't count as part of your degree. So what the fuck? So I padded my stuff up with a whole bunch of science. Oh boy. That's why I ran into the crazies of the crazy. Oh, yeah, and I in business classes, I use a bunch of those too. Yeah, business classes, and that's where I ran to. I was getting those easy A's and B's and C. I have all kind of secrets to get your shit up. Listen, you get raised at GPA, you run on over there to them electives. You run on, yeah, and pad your shit with a bunch of them electives that you can operate in. If it's liberal arts, you want to dance and listen to, go take your ass over there. All them A's, A, boom, you look like a goddamn genius. And then that'll kind of balance it when them classes where it's like a C. I'm telling you how to trick your mom and daddy now. But so I was, oh my God, so I'm over there in science with all the goddamn crazies, crazy as hell. Smoking cigarettes and thick glasses on, just crazy. Hippies and shit, just nuts. Oh boy, here we go. So, of course, you got astronomy, you got physical science, you got earth and uh, earth science, you got all of that, right? History is another one too. If you're into that type of stuff, that's another one where you can pad your little thing back with history too. Oh, excuse me. Well, I was sleeping when I got on here, y'all. But get in there, and of course you got to argue about you know alien life. Oh boy, when I tell you it got loud, and I was so happy that that class I got real loud, that it was at night and it was off campus, meaning how I don't know, some of y'all probably go to big schools. I'm in the big schools, and but but mainly small schools where you're you they just have a class somewhere else. It's maybe in a building that's renting space or something like that. That you have to take your ass over there, but it's not on campus, right? I don't know why they do that because like me, you can just take it. They can just relocate that class to a class room that's available that's not occupied by the day. I don't know why they don't do that. That's so crazy now that I think about that. Why the hell they have me going way on the riverside and all this shit? But I mean, I took classes inside a bank, all kind of shit. Just different, different locations, right off campus. So we in now. Nobody but us. Thank God, because we in there about to fight. And not saying but that's what I'm just giving you that's how it sounded. We weren't about to fight, but it got hot. And that class is pretty full. We're not talking about them damn aliens. And it's people really convinced that there is, like, okay. And every time, I had a kill shot because I had professors that taught us how to counter the motherfuckers with all them conspiracy theories too. Because they gonna contradict themselves. And you can make them do it. Like, well, did you see it? I started asking them questions. Did you see it? Well, what's the evidence? What evidence did you have? Because you said that y'all say this now that you believe what you see. Did you see it? And the other people that said they saw 'em when they shit was investigated, because a lot of these people were investigated by the government. The government has been investing their time and money, all kind of resources in science since I don't know how long, trying to get ahead in the world. So they spend a lot of time and money with the motherfucking UFO sightings and shit. And nothing ever comes out of but the crazies because they know it's got to be the truth. They swear that the government is hiding secrets and lying. Now, whether they are or not, I don't know. All I know is I just don't believe it because, one, if you believe in the research of the earth and you believe in um, periodic all that type of stuff, right? Because here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. When it comes to science, you have there's an atmosphere, right? There's an environment, the atmosphere, and just say something like climate change or color change or something, anything like that, right? The sun, the moon, stars, whatever. That's something that's verifiable. And sometimes, in order for someone's conspiracy to be valid, the sun, the moon, the stars, climate change, and color change, things of that nature, cannot be valid. So while you may not have evidence that those aliens don't exist, you have evidence that yeah, they probably okay. There's no alien life on other planets, and It ain't none him. Understand that, right? And your planet has to have certain materials in order for it to support life. Now, I can give you an out. Do we know what those materials are on other planets? They say they do. Um, I don't remember the testing to say if that has been confirmed that that is the truth. But as far as life and what is considered life for the Earth, the Earth is the only planet in which life has been shown to exist in different forms, whether it be plant, human, or whatever, right? So I don't know. So we used to have those types of, oh my God, child. It used to be crazy. Good night, Colonel. It used to be crazy, child. It used to be goddamn, you know. And I mean, we go to the moon, right? We haven't gone to other planets because pretty much I don't think we can. But we've sent all kinds of little whatever advancement in technology they have to other planets. They ain't reporting no life on there. Now the conspiracy theories gonna say that they hiding it. So, mm, some of these other planets don't. You can't even land on the motherfuckers. So I don't know. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. So they be needing to get their shit together because if you're talking about you know this exists whatever and whatever, then it must be that something else is going on the earth. That means it must be two earths. One that has the type of environment and atmosphere which is conducive to alien life, and the one we live on. Like, huh? There's a lot going on, child. It is a lot going on. Mm-mm. I do not know, y'all. I don't know. But yeah, we used to be tripping out. They was like, they would get so upset, child. They were like, oh my God. I'm like, how you believe in this shit? Mm-hmm. So, but Lord, let's get, Lord, let me see how I'm getting all tired. Tongue tied. Y'all, listen, I gotta stop watching all that white girl shit, whatever. That's crazy. But I don't know if y'all seen my wall, but y'all seen that app I found that now that's TV. All of the little shows isn't on my thing I have with all them channels, right? Only some of them. So I had to come on about them, pay the $7.99 a month. Oh my gosh. But listen, all it is people beating people in the head all day. I don't get it. I'm talking about it is a beat down. Tasha K host one of the little shows. Yeah, I can't believe that. See, I be watching where that money be going. And what I'm gonna eventually do, I don't know how I'm gonna do this. I don't know what I'm gonna say, but I got to get in touch with some people that knows all that production and all that type of stuff, and apps and the cost of all that type of stuff. But I'm gonna figure that out because I'm telling you, I watch how the level of production go from year to year to year to year to year with these shows. It from one year to the next, the zoo shit just kept on, and then how you can tell is by the budget. So when you see them budgeting for doing shows all overseas and they on private jets, they got sprinters, they got buses, they got whatever. With this little app thing, with they little ratchet ghetto ass, and the houses they staying in, come on now. And it ain't like they said like some reality shows like they'll show an outside picture of some house and then film inside of the of somebody's house or whatever, or their house, or that people rent one just for film, all kinds of shit like that. No, these ghetto motherfuckers, they ain't thought about all of that. They are in these people 1 million, 2 million, $3 million rent houses. Okay, understand what I'm telling you, and it is like, where's you getting the money to pay for these houses? And these people in here breaking these people's shit. Hmm. Now I don't know if there is insurance that these homeowners can take, like, because I'm pretty sure there is some kind of waiver or something for people who have them Airbnbs. Because I don't see a normal homeowner policy. And I don't look at mine, but I'm saying, shit, I had mine so long. I know Airbnbs was out. That they would say, like Airbnbs and these are because when you use like you use your cars, because that's when they be asking you, you don't use your car for work or whatever, and like yes, no, whatever. That's when shit get a little difficult, right? And when you renting out something, that's when shit is, you know, that's when the policies be. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't know about that, y'all. I do not know. Anyway, hold on for 1 second, and then I'm gonna get off. Okay, yeah. So let me get up off here. Just so um, I want to figure that out because them people, I mean, mansions, and they're not filming outside and then having just filming one part of the house where you can probably say, okay, that ain't no people. The outside and the inside don't match. No, these people are going all through these folks' house, fighting and tearing up shit. The budgets. I'm looking at the budget. Something's going on. I'm gonna find out we can find out what that money is. Yeah, I was on him and the person I should text. I'm gonna tell you. I ain't gonna tell you who it was. Supposed to send me this information about these goddamn that about day trading. I'm trying to tell you. I always be trying to find that money. Get to the bag. Whew, child, wish I can wake up that University of Florida. Mm. Should have stayed with that credit card mess. Oh, police sent somebody, baby. Two people getting that money is better than one. Oh, mm. So I ain't never ate so much crab legs in my life. They went, I was with them crab legs every day. Okay. You get a crab leg. You get a crab leg. You get a crab leg. Oh my gosh. Honey, we had some favorite crab legs, them big shrimp. I don't like no prawns, but I like, jumbos or whatever. Already done up for you. All you gotta do is pick it up, child. But when I tell you, you can blow money so quick by eating, buying bullshit, having events, and having stuff. Yes, you get it in, and it's cycling out. Like damn. Mm. But yeah, y'all. But Queen, Queen, what you laugh? Queen. Girl, we'll talk. Oh, look, we'll talk. But yeah, honey. Mm. Hell, I probably know the answer, but I would stay my ass on that beach. I probably know about production. Oh boy. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out what's going on with them apps, child. Them people is making money and they beating each other to death. But people sign up to beat each other's ass to death. I don't know. Rare. Mm. Baby, you get a crab leg. Everybody get a crab leg. All right, y'all. Let me get on up out of there. Hey, make sure you do something good for yourself or someone else. Make today a good day and tomorrow even better day. And I'm out of here. So are you.